Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive.
The wind howled softly through the streets of London that night, brushing rain across the cobblestones in thin, glistening sheets. The clock tower over the Ministry of Magic struck 11 as the last of the Aurors left through the visitors' entrance, vanishing into the rain-slick alleyway with a swirl of dark cloaks. Inside, the grand atrium lay nearly empty. Only the faint hum of enchanted lamps echoed in the vast, golden hall. Hermione Granger stood alone beneath the great fountain, her reflection rippling in the water below. Her hair, though tamed by years of habit and patience, still curled rebelliously around her face. Her brown eyes, sharp, thoughtful, weary, were fixed on the lift doors ahead. She was waiting for someone, and the quiet between the chime of each clock tick was heavy enough to feel. A folder of parchment rested in her hands, its edges worn, the ministry seal pressed into red wax across the front. The words at the top read, "Confidential, disappearance of Arthur Flint, Undersecretary for Magical Infrastructure." It had been 3 days since Arthur Flint vanished from his office, an event that should have been impossible. The Ministry of Magic was layered in wards, alarms, and charms against intrusion or escape. Yet he was gone. No magic trace, no broken spells, no sign of struggle. Even the surveillance charms that recorded movement inside the department had been wiped clean, erased with such precision that only a handful of witches or wizards could have managed it. And Hermione suspected that whoever had done it from the inside. The lift finally arrived with a soft ding, its golden gates sliding open. From within stepped Harry Potter, his cloak dripping faintly from the rain, his expression grave but familiar. He had grown into his role as head of the Auror office, steady and unflinching, though the spark of boyish courage still burned quietly behind his green eyes. "Still here?" he said. Hermione handed him the file. "I couldn't leave it for morning. The last report came in from magical maintenance. They found residue near Flint's office. Not spell residue, something else." Harry flipped through the parchment, frowning. "Something else?" "Etheric discharge," she said. "The kind used in experimental spells. The Unspeakables used it during Project Aegis, back when the Department of Mysteries was developing magical containment wards." Harry looked up sharply. "Aegis? That was disbanded after the war." "So we thought," Hermione replied. "But if Flint was involved again, it means someone restarted it." A silence fell between them. The fountain murmured quietly behind, its golden statues gleaming in the lamplight. Harry rubbed the back of his neck, his voice tightening. "Hermione, if this really leads back to the Department of Mysteries, we're walking into a wall. Even the minister can't order them to open their records." Hermione gave a small, humorless smile. "Then it's fortunate I'm not asking permission." Before Harry could respond, the lift doors slid open again. A witch in blue robes stepped out, young, nervous, clutching a parchment roll to her chest. "Madam Granger," she said, breathless. "Message from Records Division. You asked for Flint's correspondence logs. Someone tried to erase them." Hermione's eyebrows arched. "Tried?" "Yes, ma'am. We stopped the corruption spell mid-process, but one name kept repeating in the recovered fragments. Hermione took the parchment, unrolling it swiftly. Her eyes scanned the damaged ink, lines fading in and out like a ghostly whisper. One word stood clear, repeated again and again in scrawled, panicked handwriting. Aegis. Harry exhaled slowly. Well, he murmured, I suppose that confirms it. But Hermione's gaze lingered on the bottom of the page. There, beneath the last repetition, was a single chilling sentence, half burned by the corruption spell. They're using it again. They never stopped. A tremor of unease rippled through her chest. The Department of Mysteries was notorious for secrets, but even during the war, Project Aegis had been one of its most closely guarded. Hermione remembered faint whispers from her time as an intern, mentions of a device capable of protecting the entire wizarding population, a spell so immense it would alter memory itself, hiding truths from those deemed unready to know them. A spell meant to keep wizardkind safe from fear by rewriting what it remembered. Harry, she said quietly, if Aegis is active again, then Flint's disappearance isn't an isolated event. It's a warning. Harry's jaw tightened. Then we better start listening. He turned to go, but Hermione didn't move. She was staring at the fountain again. The golden witch and wizard figures, watching her through still, enchanted eyes. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw something shimmer in the water. A faint pulse of blue light, gone before she could be sure. She drew her wand slowly, murmuring a detection charm under her breath. Nothing. Just ripples. Just reflection. And yet as the lift doors closed behind them and the echo of their footsteps faded, the fountain's water stirred again, this time on its own. From deep beneath the surface, a faint pattern glowed briefly in the shape of a sigil, the rune of Aegis. Then it vanished into darkness once more. The next morning dawned gray and sluggish, with clouds pressing low over London. Inside the ministry, however, the corridors were already bustling, witches and wizards sweeping past with parchments in hand, quills scratching, memos fluttering like enchanted birds between offices. Yet beneath that rhythm of work, Hermione felt the hum of unease, as if the ministry itself were whispering. She strode through the familiar marble passageways toward level 9. The Department of Mysteries. Few went there without summons, and the black door at the corridor's end shimmered faintly, refusing to reveal hinges or handle. Harry met her outside. His cloak hung damp about his boots, and his wand was already drawn. "They're not going to like this," he murmured. "They'll have to manage," Hermione replied. Her tone was firm, but her heart beat faster. She pressed her wand tip to the door. Alahomora Preceptoris. The door's surface rippled like liquid ink, then admitted them into shadow. The Department of Mysteries was a labyrinth of silent rooms filled with strange, gleaming instruments and the faint hum of old spells. The air smelled faintly of parchment and ozone. They passed the Hall of Prophecy, its rows of crystal orbs stretching into infinity, and the circular chamber whose doors spun endlessly to confuse intruders. Hermione led the way with sure steps, wand light steady in her hand. She stopped before a smaller, iron-bound door marked with a rune she recognized instantly, the rune of Aegis. "Here," she said softly. Harry looked grim. "Last time anyone came through here, it was before the war." Hermione pressed her wand against the sigil. The rune glowed faintly, then melted into light, the door creaking open to reveal a chamber lined with blue runic symbols. A faint shimmer hung in the air, like heat over summer stones. At the center stood a pedestal, and on it a glass orb no larger than a quaffle, pulsing with threads of silver and gold. "Merlin," Harry whispered. "That's the heart of Aegis," Hermione finished, "the project's central artifact." They stepped closer. The orb's glow shifted at their approach, brightening with every breath. The inscriptions along the walls pulsed in answer. Hermione could almost feel its power, a vibration against her very bones. "Harry," she said slowly, "Flint must have been here before he vanished. Look, there's dust disturbed on the floor. Footprints, 2 sets." Harry crouched, examined. 2, yes, but only one leaves the room. He rose, frowning. "You think the device did something to him?" Hermione hesitated. "Or someone made sure he never left." A rustle echoed from the far corner. Both turned, wands raised. Out of the shadows stepped a tall man in dark, unspeakable robes, hood drawn low over his face. "Who authorizes your presence here?" His voice was calm, but laced with authority. "This chamber has been sealed for years." Hermione lowered her wand a fraction. "Hermione Granger, head of magical law enforcement. We're investigating the disappearance of Arthur Flint." The hood tilted slightly. "Flint?" the man repeated. "He should not have meddled. Aegis was not meant to be reopened." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Then someone did reopen it." The unspeakable silence was answer enough. Harry took a step forward. "You're going to tell us everything about this project, how it works, what Flint was doing here, and why half his records have been wiped clean." The man's gloved hand twitched. "You don't understand. Aegis was designed to preserve magical secrecy itself. Its core can rewrite perception, erase knowledge, too dangerous to be remembered." Hermione's stomach turned cold. "Erase knowledge? You mean memory?" "Not just memory," said the unspeakable. "Truth." For a long moment the chamber hummed with the pulse of the orb. Harry's voice broke the silence. "Then why reactivate it?" The man's tone dropped to a whisper. "Because the boundaries are weakening. You think the war ended cleanly, but spells of that scale, curses that deep, leave wounds in the world, cracks. Something old is seeping through. Aegis was built to seal them. Flint believed he could finish what we began." Hermione's pulse quickened. "Finish it how?" The unspeakable turned his gaze toward the orb. "By binding the world's memory into one thought, one shield. But power like that demands perhaps too well." Before she could respond, a sudden tremor rippled through the floor. The runes along the walls flared, blindingly bright. The orb's light surged. A gust of force knocked Hermione backward. Harry caught her as sparks danced across the stone. "Stop it!" the unspeakable shouted, rushing toward the pedestal. "It's unstable." The light exploded. For a heartbeat, all was white. Hermione felt weightless, as if floating through her own mind, memories flashing past her eyes like pages torn from a book. Hogwarts, the war, the faces of the fallen. Then, as swiftly as it came, the light was gone. They were back in the chamber, but the orb lay dark, cracks running through its surface. The unspeakable was on the floor, his hood fallen back to reveal pale features, streaked with blood. Hermione knelt beside him. "What happened?" His eyes fluttered open. The heart. It reached for his essence. Flint's essence, trying to complete the seal, but it failed. Now it seeks another. "Another what?" Harry demanded. "Another anchor." With that, the man's eyes rolled back, and he lay still. Hermione rose slowly, every muscle trembling. "Harry, if what he said is true, then Aegis isn't just a spell. It's alive, and it's searching for a new host. The silence that followed was heavier than any sound. Harry's face was pale. Then we'd better find it before it finds one. Hermione nodded, her mind already racing. She looked once more at the shattered orb. Inside, beneath the spiderweb of cracks, a faint thread of blue light still pulsed, steady as a heartbeat. It was not done, and somewhere in the depths of the ministry, another light answered it. The ministry's walls seemed to hum with unease as Hermione and Harry ascended from the Department of Mysteries. The corridors felt narrower now, the enchanted torches dimmer, as though the very stones wizards passed by unaware, their hurried footsteps echoing over marble floors, parchment fluttering from enchanted memos. But to Hermione, every sound felt hollow, as if the building itself were holding its breath. They reached her office in silence. The door closed with a faint click, muting the bustle beyond. Hermione waved her wand, casting a quick sealing charm. Golden lines shimmered briefly across the door, before fading. Only then did she speak. "It's alive, Harry. The artifact, whatever magic drives it, it responded to us." Harry rubbed a hand across his face, his expression tight. "Alive or not, it's dangerous. And if Flint's gone because of it..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "We'll need to secure every record about Project Aegis, quietly. No one outside the Auror office or your department can know." Hermione paced before the window. Rain streaked the glass, distorting the view of London's magical quarter beyond. If it's truly meant to rewrite memory, then we could be standing in the middle of a ministry that's already been tampered with. For all we know, there could be entire events we've forgotten. Harry's gaze hardened. "We'll remember the truth. We always have." But Hermione wasn't certain. The memory of that light, the way it had reached through her mind and shown her fragments of her own past, still lingered vivid and cold. She could feel it echoing faintly in her chest like a whisper that hadn't quite left her. Before she could answer, a soft pop sounded from the hearth. Green fire flared in the grate, and a face appeared within the flames. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt. Calm as ever but grave of expression. "Hermione, Harry," he said, his deep voice filling the room. "I need both of you in my office. Now, there's been another incident." The connection flickered and died. Hermione and Harry exchanged. They reappeared moments later in the minister's private chamber. A broad circular room lined with shelves of enchanted tomes and softly ticking instruments. Kingsley stood near his desk, his purple robes faintly smudged with soot. He wasted no time with greetings. "2 more ministry officials are missing," he said. "One from magical accidents, one from records. Both disappeared within the hour. Same pattern, no trace, no sign of struggle, and the monitoring charms have been wiped clean." Harry swore under his breath. This is spreading fast. Hermione's mind raced. The artifact's energy could be reaching outward, latching onto anyone who interacted with Flint's research. If these missing had contact with the same project, it might be seeking them as replacements. Kingsley's sharp eyes met hers. "You think this is connected to Aegis?" "I don't think," she replied. "I know." Kingsley hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Then whatever you need, authority, manpower, you have it. But be discreet. The last thing we need is panic in the ministry." Hermione inclined her head. "Understood." When they left the chamber, Harry turned to her. "So what's our next step?" She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she opened her satchel and drew out the fragment of parchment she'd taken from Flint's corrupted correspondence. The ink shimmered faintly in the corridor light. Beneath the repeated word Aegis were faint marks that she hadn't noticed before, a pattern of runes written in a sequence. "It's not just his handwriting," she murmured. "It's a map." Harry frowned. "A map to where?" "To wherever he went before he vanished." They followed the clues late into the night, tracing the rune sequence through cross-referenced archives and hidden corridors. The symbols led them deeper beneath the ministry, past chambers long forgotten. The air grew colder, heavier, until their footsteps echoed through silence, untouched for decades. At last, they came upon a door. Strange symbols glowed faintly along its edge, runes neither fully ancient nor modern. Hermione lifted her wand, tracing one carefully. "These markings, they're protective but incomplete," she said. "Flint must have tried to open it." Harry raised his wand beside hers. "Together?" She nodded. "On 3, 1, 2, 3, Aperio." The combined force of their spells struck the door, and it burst open with a rush of stale air. Dust swirled into their faces as they stepped into the chamber beyond. Rows of desks stood beneath flickering torches. It looked like a research hall, abandoned but not long deserted. Papers lay scattered across the floor, some singed, some crumbling. At the far end, a single candle burned atop a work table, its flame unnaturally blue. Hermione moved closer, her wand light sweeping across the desk. There were notes, hundreds of them, detailing magical frequencies, emotional anchors, and cognitive wards, and there, among them, a name, Draco Malfoy. Harry froze beside her. Malfoy, he was involved in this? Hermione scanned the documents. He wasn't part of the Department of Mysteries, but perhaps Flint enlisted him privately. Draco's research in artifact stabilization after the war was controversial, but advanced. If Flint wanted to stabilize Aegis, he'd need someone like him. Harry's mouth set in a grim line. Then we find him next. As they turned to leave, the candle's flame flickered, and a whisper rippled through the air, soft and almost sorrowful. "It remembers what you do not." Hermione froze. "Did you hear that?" Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "Yes." The candlelight flared brighter, stretching shadows across the walls. One by one, the runes carved into the stone began to glow, echoing the same blue hue they had seen in the artifact. The air grew dense, thrumming with unseen power. A figure shimmered into view beside the work table, a faint silhouette of a man, translucent as mist. His eyes glowed like silver coins. The ghostly figure lifted a hand, his voice like a broken wind. "You should not have come. The seal hungers. It knows you now." Hermione stepped forward, her voice steady though her heart pounded. "Arthur, what happened to you? What is Aegis doing?" "The same thing it was born to do," he whispered, "to protect the world from its own truth." His gaze fell upon her, almost pleading. "But each shield demands a mind to bear it. I thought I could control it. I was wrong." Before she could question further, his image wavered. Light streamed from his chest, spiraling toward the ceiling. With a crack like breaking glass, the chamber plunged into darkness. When the light returned, the ghost was gone. Only the candle remained, its flame burning blue, casting a faint sigil upon the stone floor, the rune of Aegis, whole and unbroken once more. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. "It's rebuilding itself." Harry turned toward her. "Then it's not finished with us." "No," she said softly. "It's only just begun." and far above them, through corridors and sealed doors, the faint hum of the ministry deepened into a sound that no one could quite hear, but everyone somehow began to feel. The rain had turned to a steady drizzle by the time Hermione and Harry apparated outside Malfoy Manor. The once gloomy estate, standing tall upon its windswept hill, had changed since the war. Its iron gates bore no crest now, and the grounds were kept, though sparse of the grandeur that once intimidated all who entered. Yet even in its quiet transformation, the place carried a weight of history, one that no charm could quite wash away. Hermione drew her cloak close as they walked up the gravel path, the sound of their steps muffled by mist. Harry's eyes scanned the shadows with the caution of long habit. "Are you certain he'll see us?" he asked. "He'll see me," Hermione replied. "He owes me a favor." The heavy doors opened before they could knock. A house elf stood in the end. "Mistress Hermione Granger and Master Potter are expected," it squeaked, voice trembling slightly, though its eyes held a spark of alert intelligence. "Expected?" Harry muttered under his breath. Hermione's brow furrowed. "That's concerning." They followed the elf through the marble hall. The portraits that once lined the walls, stern Malfoy ancestors in silver frames, were gone. In their place hung quiet landscapes, wizarding paintings of forests and rivers, their brush strokes shimmering faintly in the low candlelight. Draco Malfoy was waiting for them in the old drawing room. He stood by the tall window, hands clasped behind his back, his reflection ghosting the glass. His pale hair caught the dim light like strands of frost, and though years had carved maturity into his face, his eyes still held the wary sharpness of a man who trusted little and remembered everything. "Granger," he greeted without turning. "Potter." "Malfoy," Harry said flatly. Draco turned at last, a faint smirk curving his lips. "I assume this isn't a social visit." "It's about Arthur Flint," Hermione began, "and something called Project Aegis." Draco's expression changed at once. The easy indifference vanished, replaced by something wary and tight. "You've found it, then?" Hermione met his gaze steadily. "We found what was left of it. The artifact was activated again. Flint's gone, and the spell work is spreading." Draco exhaled slowly and gestured toward the sitting area. "Then it's already begun. Sit. You'll want to hear this." They took their places as he poured tea with a precision that spoke more of nervous energy than hospitality. For a long moment he said nothing, staring into his cup as though the steam carried the past. "After the war," he began finally, "I wanted to rebuild what my family had destroyed. I began researching magical stabilization, the kind used to contain uncontrolled curses, emotional magic, the remnants of dark enchantments. Flint approached me with funding, secrecy, and an idea that seemed, at first, almost noble." Hermione leaned forward. "Aegis." "Yes. A project meant to protect wizard kind from itself. Flint said it was designed by unspeakables near the war's end, an intelligent barrier that could rewrite the memory of traumatic events, sealing away knowledge that could harm the world again. He wanted my help perfecting its anchor. The device needed a mind, a living conduit, to shape and hold the magic." Harry frowned. "A human anchor? That's madness." Draco's mouth twisted. Madness disguised as salvation. I tried to dissuade him, but Flint was convinced. He believed the old magic was unstable because it had no consciousness, no will to balance its power. He thought if a wizard could merge with it, control it, it would finally work. I ended my involvement before he tested it." Hermione's eyes were cold. "And you didn't think to warn anyone?" "I didn't know he continued the work," Draco said quietly. "Not until 3 nights ago." The words fell like stones. Harry's hand went to his wand. "What happened 3 nights ago?" Draco met his gaze. "He came to me." Hermione's pulse quickened. "Flint? But he's not alive," Draco finished for her. "Or not entirely." "He appeared at the manor gate after midnight. His form was wrong, fading at the edges like he was half in this world and half elsewhere. He begged me to destroy his research. He said the heart had chosen, that it was seeking something to complete itself. Before I could question him, he vanished." Silence settled over the room, broken only by the faint patter of rain against the window. Hermione spoke softly. "You said it was seeking something. What did he mean?" Draco shook his head. "I don't know. But if the device is rebuilding itself, it may already have found one." Harry straightened. "Then we need to find it before it bonds with anyone else." Draco's gray eyes flickered toward Hermione. "You don't understand, Potter. It doesn't choose randomly. It looks for those whose minds are strong enough to hold both reason and memory, whose will can endure the burden of truth." Hermione frowned. "Strong enough to remember what others cannot?" "Yes," Draco said quietly. "It's drawn to intellect, to control, to someone who can bear both the weight of knowledge and the cost of silence." The implication sank in like ice water. Harry's eyes darted toward her. "Hermione." She shook her head at once. "No, it's not me." But even as she said it, the faint hum that had been lingering since the explosion deep beneath the ministry seemed to stir, vibrating against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Draco watched her with an unreadable expression. "You said it reacted to you when you entered the chamber, didn't you?" Yes, but that doesn't mean..." "It does," he said simply. "You felt it because it recognized you." The air seemed to tighten between them. Outside, thunder rolled faintly across the horizon. Harry stood abruptly. "Then we're ending this now. You're coming with us, Malfoy. You know too much about how this thing works, and I'm not letting Hermione go back down there without every advantage." Draco gave a dry laugh. "Still giving orders, Potter? Fine. But understand this. If the heart of Aegis has chosen her, there's no destroying it without destroying the connection." Hermione rose. "Then we find another way. There's always another way." For a moment, none of them spoke. The rain beat harder against the windows, and lightning flashed across the manor grounds. Somewhere in the distance, the faint toll of a clock echoed midnight. Then softly, a sound drifted through the room, an almost inaudible whisper, curling like smoke. It wasn't a voice exactly. "Remember, Hermione Granger." The teacups rattled on the table. The blue candle on the mantel flared to life of its own accord, its flame identical to the color of the Aegis sigil. Hermione's wand was in her hand instantly. Harry raised his beside her. Draco's face had gone pale. "The heart," he breathed. "It's found its link." The whisper deepened into a hum, vibrating through the floorboards, through the air, through Hermione's chest. She felt the world tilt, the room fading, the voices distant. For an instant she was standing once more in the chamber beneath the ministry, the orb gleaming before her, whole and alive. A reflection stared back at her from its surface, her own face, eyes shining blue. Then as quickly as it came, the vision shattered. She stumbled, gasping, the sound of thunder swallowing her breath. Harry caught her before she fell. "Hermione." "I'm fine," she said, though her voice trembled. She wasn't fine. She had felt it, the pulse of the heart, the call of something vast and ancient, reaching across the void between thought and magic. Draco looked away, his voice low. "It's begun again. And this time, it won't stop until it has what it wants." Hermione steadied herself, her jaw tightening with resolve. "Then we'll stop it first." Outside, lightning split the night sky in two, illuminating the manor grounds in a blaze of white. And for a heartbeat, in that brief and blinding flash, Hermione thought she saw a shadow standing beyond the gates, watching. Then darkness returned, and the whisper was gone. The night that followed was heavy with storm and silence. Sleep did not come easily to Hermione. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw that pale blue light behind her eyelids, pulsing like a living thing. The sound of rain on the windows of Grimmauld Place seemed to whisper with it, echoing faintly in her mind. When dawn came at last, gray and reluctant, she found herself seated by the fire, with parchment scattered across the table. Records from the Department of Mysteries, transcripts of old trials, faded blueprints of magical wards. She had spent the long hours piecing together what remained of the Aegis Project's history, but every line led to a dead end. At some point, Harry appeared at the doorway, rumpled and weary, 2 steaming cups in hand. "You've been at this all night," he said quietly. She took one of the cups, grateful for the warmth. "There's too much we don't know." The unspeakable said Aegis was meant to seal cracks left by dark magic, whatever that means. If those cracks are opening again, the artifact might be responding to something much larger than we understand. Harry sank into the chair opposite her. "Larger how?" "Old magic," she said simply. "Older than any charm or curse we know. The kind that predates the ministry itself." He sighed. "You sound like Dumbledore." A faint smile tugged at her lips. "Then perhaps that's not a bad thing." Their moment of quiet was broken by a soft pop. A scroll materialized in midair, sealed with the emblem of the Minister for Magic. Hermione unrolled it swiftly. Kingsley's steady hand had written only one line: "New traces detected. Level 7. Containment breach suspected. Proceed with caution." They exchanged a glance. No words were needed. Moments later, they disapparated. The 7th level of the Ministry was reserved for magical artifacts control, a vast network of vaults and laboratories sealed beneath layers of charm work. When Hermione and Harry arrived, the air was dense with energy. Aurors were stationed along the corridor, their faces pale. At the far end, one of the vault doors glowed with a faint blue radiance that flickered like breath. "Report," Harry ordered briskly. An Auror stepped forward. "Sir, the containment..." "We traced the energy surge to Vault 17. Records show it was one of Flint's old research chambers. No sign of intrusion, but the wards are fluctuating." Hermione pressed a hand against the vault's surface. The metal vibrated faintly under her palm. She could feel it, the same rhythm as before, steady, patient, alive. "It's responding to something," she murmured. Harry's gaze hardened. "To you." Before she could argue, the vault door shuddered and began to open on its own. A low hum filled the corridor, drowning out the sound of rain above. The Aurors raised their wands, ready for anything, but Hermione lifted her hand. "Lower them," she said quietly. "It won't stop if it feels threatened." Harry gave her a sharp look. "And if you're wrong, then we'll know soon enough." The door opened with a hiss of cold air. Inside the chamber was dim, its walls etched with runes that glowed faintly blue. In the center stood another orb, smaller than the heart they had seen before, but unmistakably connected to it. Threads of light arced from its surface, weaving through the air like living veins of magic. Hermione stepped forward slowly, cautiously. The light brightened as she approached, pulsing faster, the rhythm matching her heartbeat. Then a voice, soft, layered, neither male nor female, spoke within her mind. "You remember me?" She froze. "Who are you?" "The memory of all that was lost." Harry's voice broke through from behind her. "Hermione, what's happening?" She didn't answer. The chamber was fading around her, replaced by flashes of places she half recognized. The ruins of a battlefield, the great hall of Hogwarts, the dark veiled chamber in the Department of Mysteries. Everywhere she looked, the same sigil glowed faintly on the walls, like a scar burned into the world. "You sealed us once," the voice whispered. "When the war ended, you bound away what could not be forgotten. You built me to bear it." "That's not possible. You did not remember. That was the price." With a gasp, Hermione fell to her knees. The visions vanished, and she was back in the vault, trembling. Harry was beside her in an instant, gripping her shoulder. "Hermione, what did it do?" Her voice faltered. "It showed me something. I think we faced this before." Harry frowned. "You mean during the war?" She shook her head. "No. After." The orb pulsed again, and a faint shimmer rippled across its surface. This time the light coalesced into a form, a faint figure of light and shadow. It looked almost human, though its face was blurred, as though memory itself refused to settle upon it. The figure raised its head. "The seal is failing," it said, its voice like the echo of wind through stone. "The world remembers what it was meant to forget. I was built to hold it back, but my anchor is breaking." Hermione's hand trembled. "Flint?" The figure inclined its head faintly. "Flint's body, yes, but his mind is part of me now. He tried to stop what he had begun." Harry lifted his wand. "Then tell us how to finish it." "There is no ending," the figure said, "only balance. The heart of Aegis needs a new bearer, one whose mind can hold the truth without being destroyed by it." Its gaze, though shapeless, seemed to settle on Hermione. "You already feel the bond." Hermione took a step back. "No, there has to be another way. If you resist, it will search elsewhere. It will take anyone with the strength to think beyond fear." The walls of the vault began to crackle with blue light. Sparks leapt from rune to rune, the air thick with static. The figure began to fade, its voice fragmenting. If the world remembers all its pain at once, it will tear itself apart. Then it was gone, leaving only silence and the faint glow of the orb. Harry helped her to her feet. "Hermione, we can't let this continue. We have to contain it." She nodded. "Contain it or complete it?" Harry's jaw tightened. "What are you saying?" "That if the heart needs a bearer, someone must finish what Flint began, or everything unravels." He caught her arm. "Don't even think it." But she only looked at the orb, her reflection glimmering in its light. "You saw what it can do. We can't destroy it, Harry. It's tied to the world's memory. If we break it, we might unmake more than the spell itself." He shook his head. "There's always another way." "Perhaps," she said softly. "But if there isn't, someone has to be ready to act." The orb dimmed then, its pulse fading into stillness as though listening. The vault fell silent once more. Harry turned away, anger and worry in equal measure. "We'll find another way, Hermione. We always do." But as they left the chamber, Hermione glanced back one last time. The orb's faint glow returned, soft and steady, beating once, twice, in rhythm with her own heart. And in that moment she knew with dreadful certainty that it had already chosen. A steady wind swept through the streets above the ministry as dusk fell, scattering rain and smoke across the rooftops. The storm that had haunted London for days seemed unwilling to leave, as if drawn to the dark power stirring beneath the earth. Yet within the heart of the ministry, the world moved as usual. Meetings, memos, and murmurs, none aware that the very foundations beneath them trembled with ancient magic. Hermione sat alone in her office, staring at the faintly glowing sigil burned into her palm. It was almost invisible now, hidden beneath the skin, but in the quiet she could feel it throb, a pulse not her own, echoing through her veins. She had tried every countercharm she knew, every trace-dispelling incantation, and none had touched it. The connection between her and the heart of Aegis was sealed, silent, and unbreakable. A knock sounded at her door. The door opened, and Draco Malfoy entered, his cloak damp from the rain, silver eyes sharp and wary. He carried with him a leather case, bound by iron clasps. "I thought you'd send for me sooner," he said. "You're slipping, Granger." Hermione didn't rise to the bait. "What's in the case?" "The remainder of Flint's research," Draco replied, setting it upon her desk. "I retrieved it from one of his private vaults. He'd hidden it under a false identity, but my family's wards recognize certain signatures. You might find what you're looking for in there, but be warned. Some of these spells were never meant to be read twice." She unlatched the case carefully. Inside were rows of parchments, some cracked with age, others burned at the edges. Among them lay a small obsidian sphere, etched with runes that glowed faintly blue, the same color as the mark on her hand. "What is it?" she asked. "An anchor prototype," Draco said. "Flint's first attempt at containing the spell's consciousness. It failed, badly. Anyone who touched it for more than a moment began hearing voices. The records called it the Echo." Hermione stared at the sphere. "So it talks?" "Whispers mostly," Draco said, tone grim. "It draws thoughts out of your mind and feeds on memory. Don't underestimate it. It may look dormant, but it remembers everything it's ever touched." She reached toward it before she could stop herself. The moment her fingers brushed the cold surface, a flicker of blue light sparked, and a voice, faint but clear, filled her mind. "Hermione Granger." Her breath caught. "The seal weakens. The cracks widen. They come through the places where you cannot see." Her hand trembled, but she did not withdraw it. "Who are you?" "The one who remembers. You bound me once. You made me forget." The voice faded, leaving silence. Hermione blinked, her hand shaking as she set the sphere down. Draco was watching her closely. "What did it say?" "That I made it forget." "You think that means that I've done this before," she said softly. "But that's impossible." Before Draco could reply, the hearth burst into green flame. Kingsley's deep voice filled the room. "Hermione, Draco, the Department of Mysteries is under lockdown. We've detected an energy surge, Aegis level. Get down there immediately." Hermione was already on her feet. "I'll go. Stay here and—" "Not a chance," Draco said sharply. "If the seal's breaking, you'll need someone who understands its structure. And that's me." She didn't argue. Moments later, they vanished into the green fire. The Department of Mysteries was chaos when they arrived. Wards flickered across the corridors, half-formed and unstable. Aurors hurried past with drawn wands, their faces pale in the flickering light. The air itself seemed charged, humming with unseen power. Harry met them at the entrance to the central chamber. His robes were scorched, his expression grim. It's happening again. The lower vaults are collapsing inward like the building's folding itself. Hermione's stomach dropped. Where's the source? The same chamber we found the heart in, he said. Only this time it's not waiting quietly. They ran. The ground trembled beneath their feet, dust falling from the ceiling as magic pulsed through the walls. When they reached the door, blue light poured through the cracks like fire. Hermione pushed forward, raising her wand. "Finite Maxima!" she cried, forcing the door open. The sight within stole her breath. The heart of Aegis floated at the center of the room, suspended in midair, whole and radiant once more. Blue tendrils of light coiled from it, weaving into the walls, the floor, the very air. And within the light, shapes moved, faces, voices, flickering memories. The war, the fallen, the forgotten. It was as if the artifact was breathing the past back into existence. Draco the boundary between memory and reality. She's breaking it. She? Harry demanded. Draco's gaze shifted toward Hermione. The heart pulsed, and the mark on her hand flared in answer. Before she could react, the magic seized her. Blue light wrapped around her body, lifting her from the ground. Harry shouted her name, but the sound drowned in the rising hum. Images poured through her mind, battlefields, spells, screams, laughter. All the pieces of a world's memory forced into her at once. She felt the heart's voice within her again. You built me to protect them. Now they must remember what they buried. Hermione tried to fight, but the force was overwhelming. It wasn't pain exactly, more like being stretched across centuries, her mind torn between every moment of her life. And yet, beneath it all, there was a clarity, a calm that whispered of purpose. Then she saw it, the moment buried deepest in her mind. She stood in this same chamber years ago, younger, exhausted, standing before Kingsley in a circle of unspeakables. The war had ended only months before. Voldemort was gone, but the remnants of his magic, the horror he'd left behind, still lingered. Too many minds broken, too many hearts unwilling to heal. We can't let the memory destroy them, Kingsley had said. They need peace, a world that can move forward. And she had answered, voice hoarse but certain, then we make them forget. Aegis had been her creation. The realization struck like a thunderclap. The heart had been born from her own spellcraft, her attempt to save wizard kind from its own grief. She had built the memory seal, then erased her own part in it, ensuring no one would ever remember. The vision shattered. She fell to the floor, gasping for breath, the mark on her hand blazing like fire. Harry caught her as she collapsed. Hermione, what did you see? Her eyes were wide with the truth. It was me, Harry. I created it. I built it. That's impossible. She shook her head weakly. I did it to protect everyone, to make them forget what couldn't be lived with. But the seal is breaking, and now all that pain, all that memory is coming back. Draco's voice was low, grim. Then we'll have to rebuild it before it destroys the world. No, she said, forcing herself upright. Not rebuild. Finish it properly this time. The heart pulsed again, brighter now, responding to her resolve. Harry's hand tightened on her arm. Hermione, if you do this, "I know," she said quietly, "but I started this. I'll end it." The blue light spread, filling the chamber with brilliance. The voices of the past whispered like 1,000 forgotten winds. Hermione stepped toward the heart, her eyes steady, her wand raised. "Let it be remembered," she whispered, "but let it no longer rule us." The magic surged forward to meet her, and then the world went white. When the light finally faded, the silence that followed was deeper than any Hermione had ever known. It was the stillness that comes after thunder, the hush that waits for a world to begin again. The air was thick with ash and magic, and for a long moment she could hear nothing but the slow beat of her own heart. Then sound returned, muffled at first. The crackle of fire, the groan of stone, the faint echo of voices. She opened her eyes to find herself lying upon the floor of the chamber. The walls were scarred, the runes burnt away, the heart of Aegis gone. Only faint traces of blue light drifted like dust motes in the air. Harry was beside her, bruised but alive, his face pale beneath the soot. Draco leaned against a shattered pillar, breathing heavily, one arm pressed to his ribs. "You're alive," Harry said hoarsely, helping her sit up. "Merlin, Hermione, you scared the life out of us." Hermione's throat was dry, her voice barely a whisper. "What happened?" "You tell me," Harry said, scanning the room. The energy collapsed inward and then nothing. She stared at the empty space where the heart had been. "It didn't vanish," she said softly. "It merged." Draco straightened, wincing. "Merged with what?" Her gaze lowered to her hands. The mark upon her palm was gone, but beneath the skin a faint warmth lingered, a quiet hum that resonated through her bones. "With me," she said. "It's part of me now." Harry's expression darkened. "You mean you're the heart?" "I mean I'm the keeper," she corrected quietly. "Its power, its memory, its purpose, they're bound to my mind. The seal can't collapse because it's no longer separate. It's contained." Draco let out a low whistle. "You've effectively turned yourself into a living artifact? I don't know whether to be impressed or horrified." Hermione rose unsteadily to her feet, brushing dust from her robes. "Neither will matter if we don't fix what it started." The chamber quivered faintly, a soft tremor running through the stone. A few loose shards of masonry fell from above. Harry frowned. "You said it's contained. What else could be wrong?" Hermione looked up at the walls. "The energy that kept the seal stable. It's collapsing across every layer of the ministry. When the heart merged with me, the original runic network lost its anchor. We have to redirect it before it brings the whole building down." Draco pushed himself upright with a grimace. "And how do you plan to do that?" "By finishing what I began years ago," she said. "We must rebind the memory wards to something stronger than stone or spell work, something living, something that can endure." Harry's jaw clenched. "And I suppose you've already chosen what that something is?" Hermione met his gaze, her eyes calm but heavy with determination. "If I hold the heart, I can channel its power into the foundation of the wards. It will stabilize itself through me." Draco's expression turned grim. "At the cost of what, Granger? Your sanity? Your life? If it's the price for setting right what I created, then I'll pay it." Harry stepped in front of her, eyes burning. "No, not again. Not after everything we've survived. We find another way." She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Harry, I didn't tell you everything the heart showed me. When the war ended, when we decided to make the world forget, it wasn't just my magic. It was yours too. You helped me build Aegis. You just don't remember it." His breath caught. No, that can't be true." "It is," she said softly. "We both stood in this chamber and chose to erase the worst of it, to give people peace. The heart took our memories of that choice so we would never doubt it, but the truth was never meant to stay buried forever." He looked at her for a long moment, searching her face as though he could read the years between them. Finally, he nodded. "Then we fix it together." Draco scoffed under his breath. "You two are utterly mad. But if I'm going to die in this collapsing dungeon, I'd rather it be in the company of legends." Hermione managed a faint smile. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." They moved quickly. Hermione traced the remaining runes with her wand, calling forth the ancient sigils that had once anchored the heart's power. Draco followed, stabilizing each line with counter runes, his muttered Latin sharp and precise. Harry circled the room, reinforcing the perimeter charms that kept the crumbling walls from collapsing outright. The chamber responded to their efforts. The air grew heavier, denser, the flickering blue light gathering once more into a coherent pulse. The ground vibrated beneath their feet. Hermione closed her eyes, raising her wand. "Ego memone et obliviscor," she whispered, the incantation she had used all those years ago, the spell of memory and mercy. The light responded, surging upward to meet her. She felt it pour through her, not as before. Every thought, every memory she had ever known merged with the countless others sealed within the heart. The voices of the past, friends, foes, the fallen, all spoke at once, not in anguish, but in harmony. "We remember." She opened her eyes, the light blazing around her. The runes ignited one by one, forming a great circle that pulsed like a living heartbeat. Harry shielded his eyes from the brilliance. "Hermione!" "I'm fine," she shouted over the rising wind. "Keep the boundary steady." Draco's wand trembled in his grasp. "The energy's peaking. If it overflows, it'll take the entire ministry with it." Hermione lifted her arms, the magic swirling around her like a storm. She could feel the heart's power pressing outward, desperate to break free. For a moment she feared she could not hold it, but then she remembered the faces of those she'd fought beside, the world she'd sworn to protect. "Be still," she whispered. "You are not my enemy. You are memory itself." The light shuddered, and then, astonishingly, obeyed. It coalesced into a single beam that shot upward through the ceiling, passing through the levels of the ministry, out into the storm above. The rain turned silver as it fell, each droplet catching the glow of the spell. When the light faded, the chamber was silent once more. The runes dimmed, leaving behind only a faint warmth. Draco was the first to speak. "Well," he said, breathless, "either you've just saved the world or rewritten it again. Hard to tell which." Harry turned to Hermione. She stood still, eyes closed, her expression serene. "Hermione?" She opened her eyes slowly. "It's done. The heart is calm. The memories are restored, but gently. No one will remember the pain, only the lessons." Draco rubbed the back of his neck. "Let's hope that's enough." Harry exhaled, relief breaking through his exhaustion. "You did it." "No," she said softly. "We did." As they made their way out of the ruin, the corridors of the ministry were quiet again, though the air still shimmered faintly with the residue of magic. By the time they emerged into the night, the storm had passed. The sky over London was clear, and for the first time in days, the moon shone unhindered. Hermione looked up at it, feeling the gentle hum of the heart within her chest, a steady rhythm, neither demanding nor fearful, but watchful. A promise kept. Draco gave a short bow. "For what it's worth, Granger. Well done." She smiled faintly. "Thank you, Draco. And for once, I might actually mean that." Harry grinned, clapping her shoulder. "Let's go home." As they walked away, the ministry stood silent behind them. Deep within its foundations, the ancient runes of ages glowed once more, faint but eternal, a memory reborn, at peace at last. And Hermione, feeling the quiet pulse of that power within her, knew that the world would never forget again. Dawn crept over London with pale, uncertain light, the color of ash and parchment. The storm had passed, but its memory lingered in the damp stones and the uneasy stillness of the streets. Inside the ministry, the air felt cleaner somehow, as if the very walls had sighed in relief after long years of tension. Yet beneath that calm, Hermione sensed something fragile, a balance newly forged and easily broken. She stood at the great fountain once more, gazing into its waters. The golden witch and wizard at its center glimmered faintly under the enchanted torches, their serene faces untroubled by the night's events, but the water reflected more than her own image. Beneath the surface she saw ripples of blue, subtle and fleeting, as if the magic of ages still lingered in the depths. "You've been standing there for an hour." She turned. Harry approached, 2 cups of tea in hand. He looked weary, his robes scorched at the edges, his hair, yet there was something lighter in his expression now, a quiet understanding that words could not capture. "I used to think the ministry was indestructible," she said, "that all this," she gestured at the hall's gleaming expanse, "was built on certainty. But it's not, is it? It's built on memory, and memory can break." Harry handed her a cup. "You held it together, that's what matters." Hermione smiled faintly. "I'm not sure I held it. I think it held me." He studied her face for a moment. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've lived 100 years in a single night." She looked down at the water again. "And like I remember too much." Harry followed her gaze. "You did what none of us could have done, Hermione. You carried the weight of everyone's past, and somehow you're still standing." "Am I?" she murmured. "I can still feel it. The heart is quiet, but it's awake, like a mind at rest, waiting to be called upon again." He set his cup aside. "Then we'll make sure no one calls it." They walked together through the empty atrium, the echo of their steps following them like ghosts. The ministry staff would return in a few hours, unaware that the building had nearly been undone beneath their feet. Perhaps that was for the best. Some truths, Hermione thought, were too vast to be carried by all. When they reached the upper levels, Kingsley was waiting. The minister's deep voice filled the corridor as he greeted them. "You've both done something extraordinary," he said, though his eyes betrayed the weight of what he knew. "The readings have stabilized. The wards are whole again. Whatever you did, it worked." Harry gave a tired smile. "It was mostly her." Kingsley's gaze softened as he turned to Hermione. "And what of the heart?" "It lives," she said, "but it's dormant, bound to me." His expression darkened. "Then its burden is yours alone." "Yes," she replied. "And I accept it." He nodded slowly. "Very well. The record will reflect. The details, those will remain sealed." Hermione inclined her head. "Perhaps that's best. Let it fade into rumor. The truth has caused enough pain." Kingsley regarded her for a long moment, then spoke quietly. "You've done what few could, but remember, Hermione, no magic is eternal. Even memory fades, given enough time." "Then I'll remember for it," she said simply. After Kingsley left, she and Harry stepped out into the cool morning. The street lamps were dimming, their flames paling before the first light of day. For the first time in what felt like ages, the city was calm. The storm had cleansed the air, leaving the scent of wet stone and earth behind. Draco Malfoy was waiting near the edge of the street, leaning against a wrought iron railing. His cloak was torn, and his usual poise had given way to something more subdued. He gave a faint nod as they approached. "So it's done," he said. "It's done," Hermione replied. Draco studied her face. "You look different." "I feel different." "I should think so," he said dryly. "Not every witch walks away from binding an ancient sentient spell to her soul. You'll forgive me if I don't envy you." "Envy was never your problem," she said lightly. For a moment, something almost like a smile crossed his lips. "No. Guilt, perhaps, but never envy." He straightened, brushing the rain from his sleeves. "You know, Granger, for all our history, I never thought I'd see the day I called you the most dangerous witch alive. Yet here we are." Hermione's eyes softened. "Dangerous isn't what I aim for, Malfoy. Only necessary." He inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Either way, you've earned a place in the history books. Not that anyone will remember this properly." "Good," she said. "Let them remember peace instead." Draco hesitated, then offered something rare. A genuine smile. "You always were impossible." "That's her greatest strength." Draco gave a short nod and turned away, his cloak trailing behind him as he disapparated into the morning mist. Hermione and Harry stood together for a while in silence. The Ministry Tower loomed behind them, gleaming in the dawn light, its wards repaired and its foundations steady once more. "So what now?" Harry asked quietly. Hermione looked out toward the horizon where the first rays of sunlight touched the Thames with silver. "Now I learn to live with it, to guard what must be guarded, and to let go of what must be forgotten." He studied her profile, the wind stirring her hair. "You think it'll ever call to you again?" She hesitated. "Magic like that doesn't sleep forever. It remembers its purpose. But I'll be ready when it does." Harry smiled faintly. "You always are." They turned down the street, the morning crowd beginning to stir in the distance, wizards apparating to work, the faint clatter of brooms, the chatter of the waking city. Life went on, as it always did, heedless of the secrets that lay beneath its cobblestones. As they reached the corner, Hermione paused, glancing back one last time at the Ministry. For a moment she thought she saw a shimmer of blue light flicker across the fountain's surface like the ghost of a heartbeat. Then it was gone. "Come on," Harry said gently. "Let's go home." She nodded and followed him, her footsteps steady. Yet as they walked, she felt the faint hum beneath her skin, the quiet reminder that she carried not only her own memories, but the memories of a world, the laughter, the pain, the courage, the loss, woven together like the threads of an ancient tapestry. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a keeper, she thought. Not to rule or to command, but to remember. And as the morning brightened, washing the last shadows from the sky, Hermione Granger walked into the day with the weight of history upon her heart, and the promise far below the city, deep within the foundations of the Ministry, the runes of ages glowed once more, dimly, softly, like embers in the dark. They pulsed once in acknowledgement, then fell still. The heart slept, and for now at least, the world was safe. The weeks that followed passed quietly, too quietly perhaps. The ministry, though shaken, resumed its rhythm with dutiful haste. The papers reported little of what had occurred beneath its marble floors, for Kingsley had ordered all accounts sealed and memories carefully modified. The public knew only that an experimental containment spell had malfunctioned and been corrected by the swift action of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To most, it was a footnote. To Hermione, it was a haunting echo. Each morning she arrived at her office to find new reports, new paperwork, new tasks meant to ground her in the present. Yet the hum beneath her skin never ceased. The heart of Aegis, if it could still be called that, rested within her like a faint ember, warm and patient, whispering sometimes in dreams. She could feel its awareness stir when she brushed against strong magic, as if the ancient spell were listening to the world once more. Harry visited often. He was careful not to ask too many questions, but his eyes betrayed his worry. They met in her office late one evening, long after the corridors had emptied. The lamplight flickered softly, catching the gold lettering of ministry decrees and the thin stacks of parchment spread before them. "You're not sleeping," he said finally. Hermione did not look up from the page she was reviewing. "There's work to be done." "There's always work," Harry replied, "but this isn't like you. You're running from something." She closed the file gently, folding her hands atop it. "I'm listening," she admitted. "To what?" She hesitated, searching for the right words. "To the heart. It's learning." Harry frowned. "Learning what?" "It was built to protect, to shield memory from harm, but it's changing. I think it's trying to understand what we tried to hide." He leaned forward, his voice low. "You're saying it's alive?" "It always was," she said softly. "But now it's awake." A silence stretched between them. The fire in the grate crackled, sending a cascade of sparks up the chimney. "Maybe it needs you," Harry said at last. "Maybe that's why it chose you to guide it." Hermione smiled faintly, though her eyes were tired. "Or maybe it chose me to test me. Every night I feel it searching my thoughts, like a child seeking the edge of its own reflection. It doesn't understand guilt or mercy or why I did what I did. It only knows that I took memory from the world and then gave it back." Harry's gaze softened. "You gave it back because you believed people deserved truth. I gave it back because lies, even kind ones, are still chains," she said. "But truth is heavy, Harry. Some will never thank me for it." He reached across the desk, resting a hand on hers. "They don't have to. I will." Her lips parted with the ghost of a smile. "You always were too noble for your own good, and you always carried more than you should," he replied gently. Their quiet moment was broken by the sudden flare of green fire in the hearth. A message materialized in the flames, parchment sealed with the emblem of the Department of Mysteries. Hermione rose at once, breaking the seal. The message contained only one line: "Unregistered magical surge detected. Old ministry tunnels, immediate attention required." Harry groaned. "Not again." Hermione's eyes darkened. "If it's another reaction from the residual network, we have to check it. If the wards are destabilizing, I'm coming with you," he said at once. Within moments they were gone, vanishing into the flue fire. The tunnels beneath the ministry, they had been carved centuries ago when the first magical government was little more than a council of cloaked wizards meeting in secrecy. Most were sealed now, unsafe, unstable, but some still pulsed faintly with forgotten wards. It was there, amid the dust and silence, that Hermione and Harry arrived. The passage stretched before them in darkness. Only their wand light illuminated the way, glimmering over stone that seemed to breathe faintly with residual magic. "Over there," Harry whispered, pointing ahead. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, circular and domed, with runes carved deep into its walls. The air was thick, humming like a held note. At the center stood a mirror, tall, ancient, its frame wrought from twisted metal and glass so old it seemed to ripple like water. Hermione's breath caught. "That's impossible. What is it?" "It's a memory gate," she said. "A prototype from the first age of the unspeakables. They were designed to store living recollection. Everyone was thought destroyed after the first wars." Harry approached cautiously. The mirror shimmered faintly, its surface reflecting not the chamber, but a vast sky filled with stormlight. "What's it doing here?" Hermione's fingers brushed the edge of the frame. "I don't know, but it feels familiar." The moment she touched it, the heart stirred within her. Blue light rippled across the mirror's surface, and a voice, clear, cold, and hauntingly like her own, spoke from the glass. "You built the seal, and you broke it. Why do you return to the shadow of what you feared?" Hermione's pulse quickened. "Who are you?" "The memory of what you erased." Harry lifted his wand. "Show yourself." The light in the mirror brightened until it filled the chamber. Slowly, a figure stepped forth from its depths. Hermione's likeness, but not her. The double's eyes glowed faint blue, her expression serene, timeless. "I am the keeper you left behind. When you erased the first seal, you split your memory. I am what remained to guard the truth you could not bear." Hermione felt the air thicken. "Then why reveal yourself now?" "Because the world's memory stirs again. The heart you carry remembers me. It calls for balance, and so I come." The mirror. Hermione raised her hand. Instantly, the runes around the chamber flared to life. The walls trembled. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm. "She's drawing power from the tunnels." "No," Hermione whispered. "She is the tunnels. Every ward, every old seal, it's all connected to her." The reflection smiled faintly. "You cannot destroy what you are, but you can finish what you began." With that, she stepped forward out of the mirror. The air around them erupted in a wave of light. Hermione felt the two halves of her magic pull against each other, the living and the forgotten, the present and the past. She could feel her other self reaching for her, a merging that promised wholeness, but at the cost of everything she had become. Harry's shout cut through the storm. "Hermione, fight it!" She stood at the center of the light, trembling, torn between two worlds. "If I destroy her," she cried, "I destroy the last safeguard, the wards, the memory, the peace. It all unravels. And if you merge, then I lose myself." The reflection's hand hovered before her. "Join me, and the burden will be one mind, not two." Hermione closed her eyes, breathing deeply. She remembered the faces of those she'd fought beside, the laughter of friends long gone, the faith that had carried her through war and shadow alike. When she opened her eyes again, they burned with golden light. "No," she said, "the world doesn't need one perfect mind to guard it. It needs people who can remember and forgive." She raised her wand, and the heart within her answered. Blue and gold light spiraled together, striking the mirror. The reflection screamed, not in pain but in release, as the glass shattered into 1,000 shards that dissolved into dust. The chamber fell silent. The hum faded. Harry hurried to her side, breathless. "Is it over?" Hermione nodded weakly. "Yes, the gate's gone. The heart is whole again." He looked at her, concern etched into every line of his face. "And you?" She managed a faint smile. "I'm still me. That's enough." They turned toward the tunnel entrance. Behind them, the dust settled. In the last flicker of wand light, one shard of the broken mirror gleamed faintly blue, then went dark. And though the ministry above slept soundly, the heart of Aegis pulsed once within Hermione's chest, as if whispering a single word. The ministry's corridors had never seemed so silent. Even when bustling with witches and wizards in robes of every hue, the air now felt cautious, as if the building itself was holding its breath. Whispers followed Hermione wherever she went, not of suspicion, but of reverence and unease. No one truly knew what she had done beneath the stone floors weeks before, but magic had a way of remembering. Some spoke of a great cleansing, others murmured that Hermione Granger had bound herself to something older than the ministry itself. She did not correct them. Each morning she arrived earlier than the clerks, her footsteps echoing through the marble halls. She would stop by the great fountain, the same one where it had begun, and place her hand upon the cool stone rim. The faint blue shimmer in the water was gone now, but sometimes, if she lingered, she could still feel it stir beneath the surface, breathing softly, in time with her own heartbeat. On one such morning, Kingsley found her there. His tall figure filled the atrium doorway, framed by the gold of the rising sun. "You've been here every day," he said gently. "You don't have to guard it anymore, Hermione. The wards are stronger than ever." She smiled faintly, but did not look away from the water. "That's what everyone believes, and perhaps that's true. But peace isn't a charm, Kingsley. It doesn't last because we will it to. It lasts because someone keeps watch." He walked closer, his deep voice warm with the patience of a man who had seen too much. "The world cannot depend on one witch to bear all its memories. Even Aegis must sleep." Hermione's eyes softened. "Perhaps. But if it dreams, someone must listen to its dreams." He studied her face for a long moment. "I sometimes wonder," he said, "if you regret what you did." Her hand drifted from the fountain, the ripples fading beneath her touch. "I don't regret saving them," she said, "but I do regret the silence that came after. There are things worth remembering even if they hurt." Kingsley nodded slowly, the weight of her words settling between them. "You remind me of Dumbledore," he said at last. "He, too, carried secrets for the sake of peace, and paid dearly for it." Hermione smiled sadly. "He once told me that understanding is a far greater burden than ignorance. I didn't believe him then. I do now." The minister placed a steady hand on her shoulder. "Then learn to rest, Hermione. The world has heroes enough who burn themselves to keep others warm." He left her with that thought, his footsteps fading down the corridor. She remained a while longer, listening to the faint hum beneath the fountain before turning back toward her office. The day passed quietly. Files stacked upon her desk, correspondence to review, meetings to attend, ordinary duties that tethered her to the present. Yet beneath the rustle of parchment, the whisper of the heart was never far. Sometimes it felt like a second consciousness, silent yet aware, observing the world through her eyes. By late afternoon, she was reviewing reports from the Department of Mysteries when the lamps above her desk dimmed briefly, shadows stretching along the walls. A single quill rolled across the parchment, stopping with its nib pointed at a word in the report. Resurgence. Hermione froze. The mark on her hand, long thought gone, flared faintly beneath the skin, glowing blue for the briefest instant before fading. Not again, she murmured. She stood, heart quickening. The air was colder now, the light unnatural. She could feel it, the stirring of the same energy that had nearly torn the ministry apart. But this was different, quieter, subtler. A whisper rather than a roar. The heart wasn't breaking free. It was calling. She closed her eyes and listened. Beneath the noise of quills and footsteps in distant offices, she heard a single word resonate in her mind. Below. Moments later, she was striding through the lower corridors, her wand casting a narrow beam ahead. The ministry's deepest levels were seldom visited. Storage chambers, sealed vaults, the remnants of older eras. Her boots echoed faintly as she descended stair after stair until she reached a door she'd never seen before. It was plain, unmarked, but the moment she drew near, her wand flickered with blue flame. She pressed her palm against the door. The mark on her skin answered, glowing softly. The door opened without sound. Inside was a small chamber, round and bare, save for a single pedestal in the center. Upon it rested a book, ancient, its leather cover dark with age. Dust swirled in the air like mist. She approached slowly. The closer she came, the stronger the pull became, not a force of magic, but of recognition. She knew this place. She had built it. The book opened on its own, pages fluttering until they settled near the middle. The handwriting within was her own. The Aegis Codex, the title read. Her breath caught. She turned the pages with trembling fingers, scanning the faded ink. It was her research, every rune, every incantation, every note. Here was the full truth of what she had created. At the final page, a passage stood out, written in hurried, desperate strokes. If the seal fails, the keeper must restore balance, not through erasure, but through remembrance. Memory is not meant to be buried. It must be shared, or it will wither and turn against its maker. She closed the book slowly, her heart pounding. The heart had led her here for a reason. It wanted her to see, to understand. When she turned to leave, the faint blue light of the runes flared along the walls. The heart's voice, no longer distant but part of her, whispered softly, "They will forget again. You must teach them to remember." Hermione exhaled shakily. "And if they refuse, then remind them." For a long while she stood in the dim light of the chamber, feeling the ancient magic settle around her. Then she took the codex, sealed the door behind her, and ascended the long stairway back to the surface. The world above was beginning to change. She saw it in the headlines that week, in the sudden disputes between magical communities, the resurfacing of old fears, the quiet murmurs of distrust. Memory was returning to the wizarding world, and with it all the pain and pride that had once divided it. Harry came to her again as news reached him of her late nights and missing hours. "You found something," he said. She placed the codex upon her desk. "Not something. Everything. Every truth we buried." He hesitated, reading the gravity in her eyes. "What will you do with it?" "I don't know yet," she admitted. "But the heart chose me for a reason. Perhaps it's time I stop guarding silence and start teaching remembrance." Harry's expression softened. "You think the world's ready?" Hermione looked out through the window at the golden sprawl of London beyond. "No," she said, "but ready or not, they will need to be." The wind stirred the parchments upon her desk, rustling through the office. She felt the heart's quiet pulse within her, steady and patient. The keeper of memory had been born again, not to erase, but to remind. And far beneath the ministry, sealed within the walls that had once bound her creation, the faint echo of the Aegis spell awakened once more, spreading its light not as a weapon, but as a call. For the first time in centuries, magic remembered itself, and Hermione, standing between past and future, understood at last what her task had become. Not to guard against forgetting, but to ensure that what was remembered would never again destroy the world it sought to protect. Autumn descended upon London with quiet grace, gilding the trees of Diagon Alley and cloaking the city in amber light. The days grew shorter, the evenings cool and crisp, yet within the ministry change stirred more deeply than the turning of seasons. News traveled on whispers first, strange surges of magical resonance across Europe, reports of ancient wards flickering awake, artifacts humming with unfamiliar energy. None could trace the cause. None dared name it aloud. Hermione Granger, however, did not need to guess. Each night she felt the tremor before the reports arrived, the faint pulse of the heart beneath her ribs, beating in time with magic itself. It was awakening things long dormant, summoning echoes from forgotten corners of the world, not in chaos, but in purpose. And though she did not yet understand that purpose, she could no longer deny its reach. She stood one evening upon the balcony of her office, overlooking the enchanted skyline of the city. Below, the lights of wizarding London shimmered beneath drifting clouds, their glow reflected in the polished glass of her window. Her reflection looked back at her, pale and thoughtful, the faintest trace of blue glimmering in her eyes when the lamplight caught them. The door opened softly behind her. "I knew I'd find you here," came Harry's voice, calm but weary. "You're developing a bad habit of checking up on me." "Someone has to," he said, stepping beside her. "The prophet's been full of rumors all week. Artifacts glowing in Gringotts, runes flaring in the old ruins near Durmstrang, and now, well, this." He handed her a folded newspaper. The headline read, "The sky above Tinworth shines blue. Old magic returns." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Tinworth," she murmured. "That's where Shell Cottage stands." Harry nodded. "And where you, Ron, and I hid during the war." A chill rippled through her. The heart's magic is following its own path, places tied to memory, to loss, to power. It's tracing history. He studied her face. "Can you stop it?" "No," she said softly. "Nor should I. Whatever is stirring, it's not destruction, it's restoration. The world is remembering itself." Harry frowned. "You make that sound like a good thing. But if it's uncontrolled—" "It isn't," she interrupted gently. "It's guided." The heart's purpose was never to erase Harry. It was to protect understanding. It's only doing what we forbade it to do. Teaching. Before he could reply, her desk chimed softly, a message appearing in green flame above the inkwell. Kingsley's voice emerged, calm but urgent. "Hermione, we've detected a resonance breach near Tinworth. The department requests your immediate presence." Her decision was already made. Within the hour, she and Harry stood upon the cliffs of Cornwall. The sea crashed against the rocks below, wind tearing at their cloaks. The village lay quiet, its cottages bathed in moonlight. But above the old dunes where Shell Cottage once stood, a column of blue light reached toward the sky, bright and unwavering. Oars had gathered at a distance, wary of approaching. One turned toward her as she neared. "Madam Granger, ma'am, it's like nothing we've seen. It's not harmful, but it sings." "Sings?" Harry echoed. Hermione moved closer. The air around the light shimmered, vibrating faint, and beneath that song, she felt something else, a memory, faint but clear. Laughter, voices, the sound of waves. "This is where we planned the Gringotts break-in," she whispered, "where Dobby was buried." The light pulsed once as though in answer. Harry's expression softened. "You think the heart's remembering him?" "Not just him," she said, "all of it. The courage, the sacrifice, the grief. It's drawing from what was buried in the world's heart, not just mine." The blue glow rippled outward, touching the sand, the sea, the stones. Everywhere it touched, the air grew warmer, gentler. The song deepened, becoming almost like a lullaby. Wizards and witches who would gather to observe stood silently, tears in their eyes without knowing why. Then the light dimmed and vanished, leaving only the sound of the waves. For a long moment no one spoke. Then Hermione turned to Harry. "It's begun." He frowned. "What has?" "The restoration," she said. "Aegis is awakening the old magic, returning memory to the land itself, not to harm, but to heal. It's mending what war broke." Harry looked out over the sea. "You sound certain." "I can feel it," she said. "It's no longer just within me, it's everywhere. The heart is no longer a spell or a secret. It's a living thread, woven through every place that ever held truth." They stood there until dawn broke, pale gold spilling across the horizon. For a moment the world seemed at peace again, but peace is never simple. Weeks later, reports began to reach the Ministry of Strange Phenomena, runes glowing on ancient stones, hidden memories awakening in entire communities. Old spells, lost for centuries, began to return to the minds of those whose families had once cast them. With each resurgence came wonder and fear alike. And through it all, she began to travel to Hogwarts, where the castle walls thrummed with unseen music, to Godric's Hollow, where the memorial shimmered faintly with blue light, to the ruins of the old Department of Mysteries, where the echo of the veil sang softly once more. Everywhere she went, she guided, calmed, explained. She taught those who would listen that remembrance was not a curse, but a gift. At last she returned to the burrow, where the Weasleys welcomed her with warmth that nearly broke her composure. Ginny embraced her fiercely, while Ron, older now but as steady as ever, stood beside her by the hearth. "You've been all over the world," he said. "You look like you haven't slept in months." She laughed softly. "I haven't, but it's worth it." Ron studied her, eyes filled with quiet pride. "Mum says the air feels lighter these days. Fred's old jokes come back to her sometimes, clear as when he told them." "Think that's your doing?" "Not mine," she said, smiling. "The world's? It's remembering what laughter feels like." He nodded, blinking hard. "Then keep at it." That night, Hermione stood in the Burrow's orchard beneath a sky bright with stars. The wind carried the scent of apples and wood smoke, and for the first time in a long while she felt utterly still. The heart pulsed softly within her, no longer burning, only breathing, content. "You see, don't you?" she whispered into the night. "It was never about erasing pain. It was about giving it meaning." A faint shimmer crossed the air, like moonlight on water. For a heartbeat, she thought she heard the voice again, the calm, ageless tone that had once spoken from the depths of the Aegis. The Keeper remembers, the world endures. Hermione smiled. And for once, that's enough. The orchard was silent again, save for the rustling of leaves, yet somewhere deep in the earth, beneath mountains, rivers, and ruins, the light of Aegis pulsed in harmony with the beating of the world's heart. Slow, the spell had done what it was always meant to do. It had taught the world to remember. Winter crept over Britain like a patient spell, quiet and relentless. The first frost dusted the roofs of London, tracing silver veins across the enchanted windows of Diagon Alley. The air held that peculiar stillness which comes only before snow, the hush of expectation, the breath of something ancient. For most, it was merely the turning of another season. For Hermione Granger, it was a reminder that the world was changing again. The restoration, as she'd come to call it, continued to ripple outward. From the Welsh valleys to the highlands of Scotland, places long forgotten stirred awake. Ancient trees whispered spells in languages lost to all but the wind. Old family heirlooms hummed faintly in attics and vaults, their enchantments rekindled by the unseen current of magic running beneath the world. And though many found comfort in these wonders, others grew fearful. The unknown was returning, and the Ministry had no manual for the past reborn. Hermione spent her days guiding those currents, ensuring that magic's awakening did not become chaos. Her nights, however, were filled with dreams. In them, she walked through corridors made of light and memory, faces from her past greeting her like old friends, some smiling, others silent. She saw the heart of Aegis glowing in the distance, always just out of reach, and she heard a voice, faint but familiar, whispering her name. The Keeper must not only remember, but pass on what she knows. The words followed her into waking, soft as the rustle of parchment. One morning, as snow began to fall outside her office window, Hermione stood before the fire reading through new reports. Magical flares in Ireland, spectral apparitions near the ruins of Camelot, and the re-emergence of spells thought to have vanished centuries ago. Each event was another verse in the song of returning magic. A knock came at the door. Harry stepped inside, brushing snow from his cloak. His expression was tired, but his eyes carried that old spark, the same one that had led them through war and wonder alike. "You look like you haven't left this office in days," he said. "5," she admitted, "and you look as though you've been chasing every new rumor that reaches the prophet." He smiled faintly. "Guilty, but I had reason. There's something happening in the north, in the ruins of Azkaban." Hermione froze. "Azkaban? The old island's been deserted for years," he said. "After we closed it, the Dementors scattered, but a few nights ago an Auror patrol found the fortress glowing blue, the same blue." She closed the file in her hands. "The heart's color." He nodded. "It's drawing the magic there. We thought you should see it for yourself." The journey to the island was long and cold. They traveled by enchanted vessel through waters that churned like black glass, the wind sharp enough to bite. The remains of Azkaban rose from the sea like the bones of a long-dead giant. Stone towers leaning toward the gray sky, their walls slick with frost. No living creature stirred. The very air felt heavy, weighed down by the residue of despair left behind by centuries of imprisonment. Hermione stepped onto the cracked dock, her boots echoing softly. "The world's darkest memories were kept here," she murmured, If the heart is reclaiming them, then this is where it would come. As they entered the ruins, the light began to change. Blue motes shimmered in the air, faint as fireflies, weaving through the cracks in the stone. They drifted around her like lost souls, but there was no menace in them, only sorrow, ancient and endless. In the heart of the fortress, the last chamber remained intact. The air inside hummed, low and deep, the sound of magic gathering. The walls were lined with runes that glowed faintly through the grime of centuries. There, hovering above the floor, was a sphere of pale blue light, the same essence that had once been the heart of Aegis. It pulsed gently like a heartbeat. Harry stood at her side, his wand drawn. "Is it calling to you?" She nodded slowly. "It's not just calling, it's remembering." She raised her hand, and the light expanded, filling the chamber with warmth. Images began to appear within it, phantoms of the past. Prisoners pacing their cells, guards casting watchful glances, the gray despair of endless days. But interwoven with that darkness came something else, faint glimmers of hope. The whisper of spells cast in secret, of letters written to loved ones, of remorse blooming where none thought it could. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. "They're remembering too," she said, "the lost, the forgotten. The heart isn't punishing them, it's releasing them." As she spoke, the light rose higher, spreading through the walls. Outside, the entire fortress began to glow, the light washing over the sea like dawn. The stone cracked, but it did not crumble. Instead, it softened, dissolving into mist. The prison that had held despair for centuries dissolved into light and air. When it was over, only the sea remained, calm and endless. The ruins were gone, the island bare. Harry exhaled slowly. "It's free." Hermione watched the last wisp of light drift upward into the sky. "No," she whispered, "they're free." They stood in silence, the wind cool upon their faces. The blue glow faded from the horizon, leaving the world washed in silver light. Back at the ministry, word of Azkaban's vanishing spread quickly. Wizards and witches spoke of it in awe, some in fear, others in wonder. Yet no one could deny that the air felt lighter, the ocean calmer, as if an ancient sorrow had finally been laid to rest. Kingsley summoned Hermione the next morning. "You've set something greater in motion than we understand," he said. "People are remembering what they thought lost. Some joyful, some painful. Are you certain this path is safe?" Hermione met his gaze steadily. "Memory is never safe, Minister, but neither is forgetting. The world has carried its scars long enough. It's time it carried its wisdom instead." He regarded her for a long moment, then inclined his head. "Then we stand with you, as we always have." That night, Hermione returned home to her small cottage near the edge of the forest. The hearth burned low, casting gentle light across the shelves heavy with books. She sat by the window, quill in hand, writing in a fresh journal. The first entry of a new age. The heart of Aegis is no longer a weapon or a secret. It has become a bridge between what was and what will be. It teaches me that remembrance is not a chain, but a guide. Magic is not meant to be hidden away from its past, for in forgetting, we lose ourselves. She paused, looking up at the stars gleaming through the window. They seemed brighter now, as if the heavens themselves had been polished clean. "If I am the keeper of memory," she wrote, "then I must be its teacher too. The world will forget again, as all things do. But not yet, not while I breathe." The quill fell still. She leaned back, exhaustion settling over her. Outside, the snow began to fall, covering the world in white silence. And in that stillness, Hermione felt the heart stir once more within her, not as a burden, but as a companion. A quiet voice spoke, soft as the snow's descent. "Rest now, Keeper, the world remembers." Hermione smiled, eyes closing as the fire dimmed. "Then let it dream a while," she whispered. "I'll be here when it wakes." And so she slept, the last guardian of an age reborn, while beyond her walls the snow continued to fall, each flake a tiny spark of memory, drifting gently back to earth. The new year dawned with pale fire. Snow still lay thick upon the hills, but beneath, from the enchanted valleys of Scotland to the cobbled streets of Hogsmeade, wizards spoke of signs, strange dreams shared among strangers, bursts of light glimpsed at twilight, memories resurfacing in the minds of those too young to have lived them. The magical world, long content to let its history rest, was beginning to awaken. Hermione Granger felt it more keenly than anyone. Wherever she went, she carried a sense of resonance, as though the earth itself hummed softly in her presence. The heart of Aegis had grown quiet since Azkaban's dissolution, but it was not still. It pulsed within her like a hidden flame, reminding her that her task was not yet done. One afternoon, as winter began its slow retreat, she stood upon the grounds of Hogwarts. The castle loomed before her in golden light, its spires dusted with snow, its walls alive with centuries of laughter and learning. She had not walked these halls in years, and yet as she passed beneath the great doors, the familiar hum of its magic welcomed her, like an old friend. "Professor Granger," said a warm voice. Hermione turned to see Neville Longbottom descending from the staircase, his robes slightly askew and his hands dusted with soil from the greenhouses. His smile was the same, steady, genuine, touched with quiet pride. "Neville," she said, returning his smile, "it's good to see you." "And you," he replied, "though I suspect you're not here for a social visit." "Not entirely," she admitted. "I felt something stirring here. The castle's wards are humming. You've noticed it?" He nodded gravely. "Every portrait in the castle has been whispering. Even the Sorting Hat woke last week and refused to go back to sleep." Hermione frowned, though amusement tugged at her lips. "That sounds about right. Hogwarts remembers everything. It was bound to respond sooner or later." Neville studied her face. "Is this another of the heart's workings?" "Yes," she said softly. "But this time it feels as though it's listening." Together they walked through the corridors past portraits that turned their heads to watch her pass. The whispers were faint but constant, 1,000 fragments of memory woven through stone. When they reached the library, Hermione paused. The air here was thick with energy, the dust of old books sparkling faintly in the sunlight. At the far end of the room, a section of shelves stood half open, revealing a hidden alcove. The door had not been there before. Hermione stepped forward, her heart quickening. "Do you see it?" Neville nodded. "It appeared 3 days ago. No one's dared open it." Without hesitation, she pressed her hand against the wood. The mark on her palm glowed, faintly blue, and the door yielded with a low creak. Inside lay a narrow chamber lined with stone and parchment, the air cool and untouched by time. Upon a pedestal rested a single object, a small crystal vial filled with silvery light. Neville's breath caught. "Is that—" Hermione nodded. "A pensive memory, but whose?" As she approached, the vial brightened. The liquid within shimmered like moonlight on water. Without waiting for caution, she uncorked it and poured the memory into the shallow basin beside it. The silver mist swirled upward, coalescing into an image. A younger Hermione appeared before them, tired, resolute, standing in the same library years ago. Kingsley was beside her, parchment in hand, his expression grave. "This must remain secret," his echo said. "No record of it can exist." "I understand," the younger Hermione replied. "If Aegis fails, the knowledge could destroy us." Kingsley placed a hand upon her shoulder. "Then it will rest here in Hogwarts. The castle will keep it safe until you return for it." The vision faded, leaving only silence and the faint hum of magic. Neville turned to her slowly. "You left this behind?" "Yes," Hermione said, her voice bare the last unaltered record of Aegis. "What will you do with it?" She stared at the empty basin, her thoughts heavy. "The heart has been guiding me to restore memory, but perhaps it also means for me to restore truth. People must know what we did, Neville. They must understand why." He hesitated. "You're talking about revealing everything? The erasure, the seal, the war's aftermath?" "Yes. That could shake the foundations of the ministry." Hermione's expression softened. "Then let them shake. The world has built its peace upon forgetting, but peace without truth is only illusion. The next generation deserves better." Neville studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "If anyone can do it, it's you." She smiled faintly. "Thank you, old friend." By the time she left Hogwarts, the sun had dipped low over the hills. The lake mirrored the sky, streaked with crimson and gold. As she walked along its edge, she felt the faint stir of the heart within her, pulsing in rhythm with the castle's magic. "It begins again," the voice whispered softly. That night, Hermione wrote until dawn. She wrote of the war, of the spell she had created, of the choices that had saved a world and burdened her soul. She wrote without fear, her words flowing with the steady conviction of one who had long carried silence. When she was finished, she sealed the document with her own blood and magic, the keeper's mark, and sent it to the Department of Records, addressed to the future. Days passed, then weeks. And though the ministry bristled at first, the truth could not be hidden once spoken. Wizards and witches across Britain began to talk, not of blame, but of understanding. History was no longer a wound, but a lesson. One evening, as Hermione sat by the fire in her cottage, a knock came at her door. When she opened it, Harry stood there, snow clinging to his cloak. "I've read it," he said simply. "All of it." "And?" He smiled, the same weary, steadfast smile she remembered from their youth. It was the right thing to do. She stepped aside to let him in. They sat together by the fire, two veterans of a world reborn. The flames cast long shadows upon the walls, and the wind outside sang softly through the trees. "Do you ever miss the way things were?" Harry asked after a time. Hermione gazed into the fire. "Sometimes. But the world needed to grow just as we did, and growth always begins with remembering." Harry nodded slowly. "Then maybe that's our legacy. Not the battles we fought, but the truths we chose to face." She smiled faintly. "Perhaps that's enough." As the fire dimmed, Hermione closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the heart within her, a steady, enduring glow. She thought of all the lives touched by its awakening, all the memories restored, all the truths set free. And for the first time since the war, she felt peace. Outside, the snow fell gently across the countryside, blanketing the world in silence. But beneath that silence, magic pulsed in harmony with the beating of countless hearts, alive, aware, remembering. In the hush of that winter night, Hermione Granger, the keeper of memory, smiled to herself. The story of ages had ended, but the story of remembrance had only just begun. Spring came quietly that year, as though the land itself were waking from a long enchantment. The snows melted first in the valleys, running in clear rivulets through the meadows. The trees along the countryside shook free of frost, their branches budding with pale green leaves. In London, the air lost its winter sharpness, and the sky seemed washed clean, the color of polished glass. The wizarding world had changed, subtly, irrevocably. And though most could not name what had altered, they felt it in their bones, a lightness, a lifting of something long buried. Hermione Granger sat in her small garden, a mug of tea cooling beside her. The scent of lilac drifted on the breeze. Crookshanks, older now and moving with dignified slowness, slept by her feet, tail flicking against the grass. For the first time in many months, she was not working, not writing, not reading. She was simply being, and in that stillness she felt the quiet hum of magic weaving through the world. The heart of Aegis rested peacefully within her, no longer a storm, but a whisper. It stirred sometimes when she dreamt, showing her flashes of faraway places. The old forests of Albania lit with strange blue light, the cliffs of Ireland glowing faintly at dusk, the ruins of forgotten temples reawakening. Magic was healing itself, and through it the world was remembering. Her thoughts drifted to Harry, who now spent more time at home than in the Auror office, and to Ron, whose joke shop had expanded beyond Diagon Alley into Hogsmeade. She thought of Ginny's articles in the Daily Prophet, of Luna's new discoveries, of Neville's thriving students at Hogwarts. The generation that had fought the war was growing older, but not weaker. They were building a world worth protecting, a world of open truths. The creak of the garden gate broke her reverie. A young witch entered, tall and graceful, with curls as dark as Hermione's had once been. She carried a satchel and wore the badge of the Department of Magical Archives. "Miss Granger?" the young woman said, a touch of awe in her voice. "I hope I'm not intruding." Hermione smiled gently. "Not at all. You must be the archivist Kingsley sent." The girl nodded, her eyes bright. "I'm to assist with the new department records. The minister said you have materials that belong in the public archive, the Aegis documents." Hermione rose, leading her toward the cottage. "Yes, they're in my study. I promised the minister that when the time came, the world would know everything, how it began, how it nearly ended, and what it taught us. If I may ask, Miss Granger, people say the heart of Aegis was a spell of great danger. Do you ever regret creating it?" Hermione paused by the doorway, her hand resting on the frame. "I regret what it cost," she said softly, "but not what it gave. The world was broken after the war. Fear and guilt would have destroyed us if we'd carried them too openly. Aegis gave us time to heal, and when that time passed, it gave us the courage to remember." They stepped inside. The study smelled of parchment and ink, its shelves lined with books worn smooth by years of use. A single chest stood near the desk, carved with runes that shimmered faintly when Hermione brushed her fingers across them. She opened it, revealing stacks of scrolls and bound volumes, the complete record of Aegis, preserved and untouched since she'd written it. "These belong to history now," she said, offering the first of the scrolls to the archivist. "Make sure they're kept safely, but never hidden. The world deserves its own memory." The young witch took them reverently. "I will, Miss Granger." Hermione smiled. "And please call me Hermione. Titles are for people who finish their work. Mine never truly will be." When the girl had gone, Hermione lingered by the window, watching the sunlight spill through the trees. For a long time she stood there, lost in thought. Then slowly, she took up her wand. The air shimmered faintly as she whispered an incantation, old, gentle, almost like a song. A sphere of blue light rose from her chest, small and translucent. It floated before her for a moment, pulsing softly as if acknowledging her. "Go on," she murmured. "It's time." The light hovered, then drifted out through the open window, rising into the morning sky. As it went, the world around her seemed to brighten. She felt no loss, only peace, the kind of peace that comes when one chapter closes and another begins. That the path led her through fields of wildflowers, just beginning to bloom, their petals turning toward the dying light of day. The sunset painted the horizon in bands of gold and violet. Hermione walked slowly, savoring each breath, each rustle of wind through grass. When she reached the old hill overlooking the village, she sat upon a weathered stone and watched as the first stars appeared. She could feel the pulse of the heart faintly far away now, scattered through the world, like seeds upon the wind. Its work was done. The magic of remembrance no longer belonged to her, it belonged to everyone. The sound of footsteps reached her ears. She turned to see Harry climbing the hill, his familiar smile breaking through the dusk. He carried a small bundle in one arm, a bottle and 2 cups. "I thought you might not mind some company," he said. "I never do," Hermione replied, smiling as he sat beside her. They poured the wine and drank in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars shimmer above. Somewhere in the distance, faint lights glowed in the village, the ordinary kind, warm and steady. "Do you ever wonder," Harry said at last, "what it was all for? The wars, the spells, the burdens we carried?" Hermione looked at him, her eyes soft in the starlight. "All the time. But I think it was for this, for quiet moments, for peace we can share without fear, for a world that remembers what it took to earn it." He nodded slowly, content. "Then I'd say it was worth it." They sat together long after the moon had risen, the night calm and silver. The years had changed them both, marked them with sorrow, tempered them with wisdom. But beneath it all, they remained who they had always been. 2 souls bound by friendship and the belief that light could be rebuilt from darkness. When they finally rose to leave, Hermione, the stars shimmered brighter than before, and among them, she thought she saw a faint thread of blue weaving through the constellations, a memory of the heart, watching still. She smiled to herself and whispered, "Good night." The wind carried her voice across the fields, through the sleeping village and out toward the sea. Somewhere far beyond, in places unseen, the magic of Aegis stirred faintly, no longer as a guardian, but as a storyteller. Its song wove through dreams and waking thoughts alike, whispering of courage, loss, and love everlasting. And thus, the age of remembrance began, not in fire or prophecy, but in peace. Hermione Granger, the keeper of memory, walked home beneath the quiet stars, her heart light at last. For the first time in her long and storied life, she felt that nothing more was required of her. The world would remember. And that, she thought as the night embraced her, was the truest kind of magic.